responding. I don't know. Whatnot. And that would be my. I hope that today that there's still some dollars there allocated to make sure that everyone has the opportunity that and are still aware. Maybe they're not aware, but to support the continuation of the pandemic support for staffing. But I don't have an exact dollar. I'm long-winded on this, but I just want you to know that I just need some support to support those employees that still need to get funding for the work that they're doing in response to the pandemic. So thank you.
Goshi, thank you, Dr. Jill, Jim. Committee members, there's another question regarding the overtime or payment for public safety. Do we have Jesse Delmore on board?
Mr. Vice Chair.
Who's calling?
I'm sorry, this is Hope MacDonald Lone Tree. I texted him and he asked me if he should get on the call, so I indicated yes, so I'm waiting to hear. And I did send him the number.
Okay, appreciate that, Ms. McDonald, Lone Tree. Committee members, who else did we want to summons on behalf of the hazardous pay? We have frontline workers that need to be also providing information on this. Committee members, back to Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think, I don't know if Dr. Jill Jim has any other recommendations. I'm just thinking Department of Health and Public Safety, but she ran the command center. I just need to make sure that the money is there or it's moving out before we reallocate. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, I'll recognize you here shortly, Delegate Yellowhair. Honorable Crotty, we'll see if we can get a hold of Executive Director Delmar to speak on this behalf. At this point in time, I'll go ahead and recognize Honorable Yellowhair. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Pro Temp Chair. And your sponsor, just to name speaker, and also the Perlin Kurt Yape. Good afternoon. What about the for those chapter officials, president, vice president, and also the treasurer, are they eligible for this hardship pay, overtime pay? What's happening with those 110 chapter officials? I think they're qualified for it. They've been meeting 24/7 with the Navajo Nation government operation at the chapter level. That's my question, to Pro Temp Chair, Mr. Raymond Smith. Thank you.
On that question on Amendment 1, I guess I will go back to the sponsor on that for the question from Honorable Yellowhair. Sponsor, Chair Hanu, you have the floor.
Vice Chair. For these questions and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, chapter officials and regarding special duty pay, I think that question has been asked time and time again through all the work sessions informative sessions that we've been. And the bottom line, if I'm Ms. Controller, Ms. Kirk, correct me if I'm wrong, but the special duty pays for employees of the Navajo Nation, and elected officials do not qualify for this provision. But maybe the controller can add a little bit more because, again, committee members, there is $1.5 million that is being held back for these payments that we only keep in mind. You only have 4 pay periods left till the end of the year, and with that 4 pay periods, are we able to spend $18 million? So let's think about that, committee members. With that, I yield the floor to Controller to help me explain further. Vice Chair Smith.
Negotiating Chair Henio, Sui, you have the floor. Office of Controller, you have the floor.
So yes, there's a couple of things regarding the Shazade's question about chapter officials, elected officials. Otto Shiaj is correct. Normally this thing is called hazard pay, but the nation's employees, namely under the executive branch and the legislative branch, so they follow the personal policies manual. And so based on the personal policies manual, procedures from the Department of Personnel Management, we set this program up. So so we do get that question about chapters. So it doesn't go through our payroll. So certified chapters, they run their own payroll. But even at that, in terms of the Treasury guidance, employees, it's not so elected officials, they're elected officials. So there's a little bit of nuances as far as what you can do with the CARES dollars. So and then in terms of the Tequila, we're asking to hold back 1.8 million because right now we just spent a little over 600,000. We put the deadline in because we only have 4 pay periods to run these requests through. Tomorrow or Friday is another deadline. So we are looking at the numbers. We took into consideration all those pending. For example, I'm looking at contract accounting because all of these documents have to be reviewed by contract accounting. Payroll and so contract accounting, they ensure that we're complying with the documentation and Treasury guidance. For example, earlier I mentioned Deltec. Theirs came in and it's 472 personnel. It's $106,583. That's the special duty pay for that group. I just want to remind everybody that this thing has been put in place back in April, May, and payroll has been meeting with everybody's timekeeper. So we've been communicating, training, and so forth since that time. So this isn't new. We did set a deadline of Friday. We moved it to Monday. I think we made some exception for Tuesday, just to make sure everybody brought in their documents. Again, we got 10 boxes. And so keep in mind also, some of them are using their own budget. Some of them are using $638. For example, police department, for the majority of the time since we've been processing theirs up until recently, they've been using the 4 million. I think if you guys recall, those BIA $638 that came in and it went to Division of Human Resources, Vital Statistics, the business unit, a 4 million Yankee in the so now they're able to go to this business unit. So we're accounting for what their needs are, and then also I believe Beltec and DCD, where I think some came in from those divisions, DOH, social services. So those are the 10 boxes I'm talking about. So again, some of NDOH, they're the documents they sent over. Dr. Jim talked about how her people, what they were doing during the government shutdown. Those are the justifications we need to see on the form. If we don't have them, then we're going to ask to, get those justifications documented on the form. So we have to ensure that. I think there may be misconception. Yes, back in April, we didn't have the CARES money all set up. So when people were, when divisions and programs were trying to do this back then, they needed to have funds availability, and CARES business unit wasn't available then. So okay. So, if divisions and programs wanted to pay this out, we were saying that you got to have your own business unit. Auto, if the CARES business unit is set up subsequently, then we can change out that information. So there was so I don't know if there's a misunderstanding about that time, but so those are the things we went through with this. Auto, in terms of the other, I think Dr. Jim made the comment about after the Navajo Nation opened back up August 17th till now, that wouldn't be OOC's decision. That would be a decision by DPM because the existing procedures only goes up to when the government was shut down. So we're not the ones to address that. And so we are just working within the confines of the policy procedures that's in place right now. So I think I answered or clarified some questions, etc. If you have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Perlin-Kurt, for that explanation. Back to Vice Chair Smith. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henry. Also, Honorable Yellow Hair, I'll recognize you. Hold on just a second for a minute here. We do have Jesse Delmore on the line. Is he available at this point in time? The question is on the hazard pay and special duty pay. Mr. Delmore?
Yes, Vice Chair, I'm here.
You have the floor.
Can you hear me,
this is regarding the special duty pay and first responders. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, and also the Chair and the Budget and Finance Committee. I was able to join you from a different meeting I had just a while ago, and I apologize for joining you late. But I did hear the controller's report, pretty much covering the police officers' special duty pay status. I've been checking with all of the departments, including corrections, EMS, CI, patrol, fire, and everyone else. I have 7 departments under the Navajo Division of Public Safety. Pretty much everyone has submitted packages. For one example, as the controller reported just a while ago, when this first started, some of them had monies. For instance, the Uniform Patrol people, CI, they had some monies working with the contract monies that they had. They had to maneuver their budgets to start paying off some of our employees, especially those foot people. And what we said at that time was we wanted to address those people who are at the front lines first. So we've been concentrating on them for quite some time. And by example, as the controller reported just a while ago, that the police, they had some monies, 638 monies at that time, that they were able to make some transfers to start paying some of these people that were at the front lines. And then, of course, the monies that she mentioned, again, just a while ago, using the $4 million that was coming through the Navajo area office to the tribal enrollment office. I was working close with Ronald Duncan, who is the director of the tribal enrollment office, and getting those monies expended rather quickly for correction, patrol, and in some of the departments, they were able to expend those monies. We came up with a budget, which is pretty much 7 departments divided by $3 million. It wasn't much at all. Some of them just went through it like the controller's office and reported. I'll tell you that there's a lot of claims that they're working with right now that they're trying to get processed. So check with EMS again this afternoon, and also talk with the chief of police again just now. Pretty much both of them are saying that they have all of their claims submitted up to this point in time. So, as the controller reported. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Mr. Delmar. Committee members, I'll go to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. You have the floor.
Thank you. Any chapter official about yeah, I understand electing officials not allowable. There's a chapter manager and Lenigi that under Navajo Nation personal policy. Other under the secretary and treasurer under Navajo Nation personal policy. Every day, since chapter official, those 2 positions. I don't know, maybe other positions. These are permanent positions. Hey, I think they're eligible to get paid for them. They're 24/7. We can't avoid that one. Honorable Henio, legislation coming on. So, yeah, thank you very much. I'll go back on mute now.
We'll recognize that, and I'll give the floor back over to committee members. Any other questions regarding the Amendment 1? I'll turn the floor over to Chair Henio in response to Shiche's question. Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor, Chair.
Okay, I really don't know what to say any further. Is that we've already answered that question, and I believe there was a small window that we're looking at when it comes to the hardship. Special duty pay, which was from March to when the Navajo Nation reopened back up. And as far as the chapter staff, AD, that has been asked to already, and I believe the controller can respond back to the question regarding the chapter staff. Vice Chair Smith, if I could yield the floor back to Shima, our controller, Perlin Kirk, to respond to that specific question.
Chair Henio, on that response to Honorable Yellow Hair. Committee members, any other questions on Amendment 1? On Amendment 1. If there's no questions, I'll call for the question. On Amendment 1.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, do you have a question on Amendment 1?
On Amendment 1, my last question. How much has been spent, just in terms of percent? I'm trying to pull up my OC document. Thank you.
Tagoshi, Honorable Crotty, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to OOC on the percentage of it being spent, since the allocation has been provided for the first responders. Tsui, you have the floor. Do we have the controller on board with us still on the one? The question was posed by Honorable Crotty.
To say, the special duty pay, again, it was passed July 4th, and then I believe the budget took some time, and I want to say it was August, the end of August, towards the end of August, the business unit came online. And so far, what has been expended has been $608,366.94. And if that's a percentage of the 21 million, then it's 2%. So it's been since August, so it's been 2 months, and we spent 2%. So
Tagoshi, committee members, any questions regarding Amendment 1?
So she ought to respond, not only ought. I want the Perlin Kurt to answer my questions about it. The two positions that are being paid under Navajo Nation with under Navajo Nation a personal policy. It'll elected official then leader. I want her to answer that one. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Tagoshi, Che, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Office of Controller based off of your questions, Che. Office of Controllers, you have the floor.
Should say auto regarding those employees over with Division of Community Development, your CSCs and your AMSs and your those positions, they are working under the personal policies manual, and then also they go through our payroll. So BCD, they're responsible to have their employees submit those documents to us. And I believe those documents have been coming in the last week or so. So I want to say that they did submit their 10 bucks for Snaggy. So those documents should be in. And yes, we work with them to get them paid as well. So
committee members, any other questions on Amendment 1?
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, yellow hair.
No questions on Amendment 1. I will call for the question. Ramona, could you please do roll call on the voting?
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. I need to make an explanation on the amendment. Dana has communicated with us on specifics on it, so I need to let the committee know.
Peggy, advisor, go ahead and give us that information before we go into the vote of Amendment 1. Put it on record.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. If you will look at your committee, not the committee report, but the amendment language that was sent to you regarding the special duty pay expenditure plan for Amendment 1, you just need to, for the First Amendment, consider on page 5, line 6, insert special duty pay expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJN 46-20 in the amount of $18,591,633.06. And then the other two items on that sheet that was sent to you, where it says 2 and 3, the Office of Management and Budget, and then 3 is the Office of Legislative Services. What we were instructed is that those would be directives made by the committee to those 3 entities, the Office of Management and Budget, or the 4 entities, Office of Management and Budget, and Office of the Controller, Office of Legislative Services, and Office of Legislative Counsel. And then number 4, the renumber or reletter, that becomes part of the amendment language, not the amendment language, but just to put into that Amendment 1. So I'm hoping that I didn't confuse you all, but you would just be voting on Amendment 1 as on page 4, line 5, line 6, insert the special duty pay and the dollar amount, the legislation number. The other would become a directive, and our past practice has been that for directives, you put those, the committee has put those as a separate amendment and a separate vote, but it's contained on the committee report as it goes forward too as well. And I'm not sure if Kristen wants to chime in and give any more clarity.
This is Kristen. That sounds great.
Thank you, Shudda. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Legislative Counsel. You have the floor.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, unless there's any specific questions, we can just follow what Ms. Malachi was suggesting. Chair, Vice Chair.
Committee members, quelle autre tranche? Understood the changes on the Amendment 1? Any questions on that?
Can you repeat it again?
Shudda, can you repeat that again for Honorable Begay? He just got on board with us, sounds like. Repeat the...
Vice Chair Smith, it's Eugenio.
Okay,
Eugenio?
so
Before Peggy starts, Vice Chair Smith.
okay.
We have a request from Honorable Begay to repeat what you said on the behalf of the Amendment 1. Go ahead and repeat that, Shudda. You have the floor.
Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Question real quick is,
So
do I need to,
Peggy,
Peggy, hold on. Do I need to modify my motion? That's the question that goes along with Peggy's rereading. Thank you, Vice Chair.
yes, I believe
Legislative Counsel?
the motion.
Hello, please. Legislative Counsel, there was a question on behalf of this change of language on the Amendment 1. Does Chair Henio have to amend his motion in order to accept the proper language? Thank you.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, yes, the motioning party should give their concurrence as far as whether the proposed changes are acceptable, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Back to Chair Henio. You got your answer on that?
Yeah, no, thank you, Vice Chair.
You want to make a motion on the new amendment that was read into the record? And then we'll have this read back to Honorable Elmer Begay, so he'll be on the same page with us. You have the floor, Chair Henio.
I'll modify after Peggy does her second reading for Delegate Elmer. And once she finishes reading that again, then I'll modify my motion.
Chair Henio, should I go ahead and reread that amendment to the correct one? Honorable Begay, this is going to be an amendment to change the amendment accordingly. So, Peggy, you have the floor.
Okay, this is Amendment 1 for legislation number 0261-20. And it says, 1, on page 4 of 5, line 6, insert, quote, special duty pay expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJN-46-20 in the amount of $18,591,633.06. And then the next two items on that sheet that we emailed to you, the one that's numbered 2 and 3, where it says the Office of Management and Budget and Office of the Controller shall determine the appropriate business unit numbers to implement this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are to revise the respective expenditure plans to account for this amendment. That language for the one that's numbered 2 and 3 on that amendment sheet that we sent you would become a directive. And those are usually handled separately by the committee with a motion and second and a vote. So that language is no longer part of this amendment. And then the fourth part where it says renumber or reletter, that's just instructing legislative services that it gives them authorization to make the necessary grammatical changes. That's just language that just goes along with the amendment. So I'm hoping that that's a little bit more clear. Mr. Vice Chair,
thank you,
members of the committee.
On behalf of the clarification, all we're doing is on your old page that was sent to you is doing number 1 and number 4. Number 2 and number 3 will be a directive. We will not include that with the motion. We will do that after the legislation on behalf of the directive. Any comments on or questions on Amendment 1? Do we have a motion on this? Sure, Henry.
I have a motion. Vice Chair,
I modify my motion to reflect that, Vice Chair Smith. But I believe if we'll keep on task, remind me to those two direct after we vote on this legislation. I'll modify my motion, Vice Chair Smith.
That will be recognized on the modification from Chair Henio. Second and party,
Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. Are you okay on that?
Yeah, thank you.
Modification?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I trust my brother. Henio.
All right, committee members, any questions on Amendment 1? If no questions, we'll go ahead and call for the roll call. Spinella, Ramona, would you do the roll call on the votes?
Sure, Spinella, roll call vote for the amendment to legislation 0261-20. Jamie Henio, how do you vote on the amendment?
I vote green.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. And Raymond, Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Begay. Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Koenig-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crotty. Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. If you have.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Vice Chair, we have 5 members present. Vice Chair not voting, and that is the vote on the amendment for legislation number 0261-20.
Goshen, thank you, Shanella. The Amendment 1 has passed. At this point in time, I'll go ahead and turn the gavel back over to Chair Henyo. Chair Henyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for taking over the gavel during this amendment number 1. With that, committee members, we are on legislation 261-20. Back to the main motion. Do we have any other amendments that we need to entertain on this legislation, committee members? I'm not hearing any, so Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
I'd like to make a regarding the business unit number under the Office of, or the Division of Community Development. There's projects that are stagnant, and the one is power line projects.
Did you send your amendment to Legislative Council, Vice Chair Smith?
No, I haven't had a chance to do that. Maybe I'll do that now. Yes.
Yes, if you would, because there's a format that they would like to follow, and that's that format that we just followed under amendment number 1, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henyo, I'll go ahead and wait till WST it, and I'll do the format as accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Committee members, any other amendments?
Hi, Chair. This is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shannon. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair.
how is it?
I'm requesting an amendment. Legislative Council.
Hold on, hold on. Please. Can you mute your phone? We can hear your conversation. Or get off the call if you can't mute your phone. Okay, go ahead, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I guess my latest CARES funding, can I get, if there is one today, I have a report period, but it's it looks like it's an older copy. So if you could send that to the committee so that we could have the most recent number to make the amendment. Thank you, Chair. And the last question, Chair, was yesterday at our work session, we did ask the branch chief, President Nez, and Chief Justice Jane for their recommendations. Were their recommendations submitted to the committee? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Delegate Amber Crotty, there's no response from the executive branch as far as their recommendations for any modifications to their, and so I believe, as listening to President Nez yesterday, they're holding on to everything and trying to tell us that they are obligating everything. So that's what I got out of the conversation yesterday. But we did receive a response from Judicial Branch Chief Justice, who was open and honest about the allocation that the judicial branch received. And I just forwarded that a memorandum to Kristen for an amendment. It'd be an amendment of $3 million plus for some of the projects that they deemed unable to be completed by December 30th. So that's an amendment that's forthcoming. But as far as the updated report you gave, Ms. Controller or Mr. Cordell Shorty, were you listening to our conversation regarding Shema Delegate Amber Crotty's request? Mr. Shorty?
This is Cordell. Excuse me. I didn't hear Delegate Crotty's question, so I asked you to repeat that.
Okay, Delegate Amber Crotty, would you repeat this request, your request to Mr. Cordell Shorty?
Yes, thank you, Chair. What I just want to make sure is of the most recent OMB and OOC breakdown. Can you let me know what what's the ending of the report date so that I have breakdown as I make amendments using your as the source or the citation?
Okay. So, Chairman Hino, Vice Chair Smith, and members of the committee, the latest report on $714 million CARES Act funding that OMB contract and grant shared with all was a report under a memorandum dated October 23rd that was sent to Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. That's the latest report, and there were two reports attached to that. Exhibit B is the expenditure report on the $714 million. So that's the latest one, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Peggy. Could I interrupt, please?
Go ahead, Peggy.
This is to Shadeja, Delegate Crotty. I did forward a email from Dana Bobrock, and it says materials for 0261-20 amendments. And in that email, there is a listing of CARES Fund expenditure plan listing, and it's done by, it references the resolution numbers. So, for example, it says CJN 46-20, special duty pay, personal protective equipment, facility safety assurance. And then CJY 67-20, water projects, power line projects, and so forth. So that was emailed to you after 1 o'clock today. And then also emailed to you today after 1 o'clock was controller's report. And that's an updated report that I received from Jonathan, I believe it was, from the controller's office. And I sent that out as well this afternoon. And that gives you a U.S. Treasury CARES Act as of October 26, 2020, and it lists the business unit number, the business unit description, the division, and then at the end, the budget balances as of October 26, 2020. Okay, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that explanation, Peggy. Back to Delegate Amber Crotty, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Chair. Just, I received multiple emails from Ms. Nakai. I appreciate that. I just received the OOC document, so I just wanted to know if we had an updated OMB. I know their numbers are changed, So maybe I could ask you, Chair, were you using OOC or OMB numbers on your amendment? And then I could just follow and use the same document for future amendments. Thank you.
Okay, this is amendment number one is what you're referring to?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, that the number was given directly to me by the controller based on her arithmetic. So if we can have the controller, Ms. Perlin Kurt, can you chime in on this discussion here?
At Teneros.
I don't know who's you're unmuted. Who is talking and making comments? If you please mute your phone before you say something, then you'll record.
Mr. Chair? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, can you mute your phone?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
No?
Hello, who's calling? Ms. Kirk, can you work with us on getting the numbers for any future amendments? You on the line, Ms. Kirk?
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie. Ms. Kirk's actually out of the room currently, but I guess we can work on that. The report that was sent by Mr. Harrison includes most updated numbers as of to 2026. The only difference is that the Office of Controllers 20 million, which got passed just recently, is not included because the business unit has not been set up yet. On and back. Closed.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah, back to committee members. Back to Amber Crotty. I guess we have to wait for the numbers from the controller's office on your request.
Okay, Chair, I'll be on standby. Thank you. I am working on the amendments. I appreciate it.
Okay, any other comments or questions, committee members?
Oh, Chair Henio?
Vice Chair
Vice Chair
Smith.
Smith? I did coordinate the amendment, so I'll be submitting an amendment here. It should be emailed to everybody. Hopefully it's in their box shortly here, but I want to entertain an amendment 2. Committee members, it is 3 o'clock. Do you wish to take a 30-minute recess to work on your amendments, or how much more time do you need?
Chair, can we do that? Go ahead and do that.
Oh,
Chair Henio, I think mine is ready. If you just check your email, mine is ready.
I'll second.
Chair, we did receive the Amendment 2.
This is for Vice Chair Smith.
Yes.
Okay, if you do have it ready, if you would read into the record for us.
Okay, Budget and Finance Committee, this is Amendment 2 for 0261-20. On page 4, line 6, insert the following information. Personal protective equipment expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJN 4620 in the amount of $9 million. And number 2, it says renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notices to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes, and that's Amendment 2.
Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Chair Henio. I make the motion for Amendment 2. Okay, motion for Amendment number 2, sponsored by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second? Committee member.
Yellow
Second by
Chairman Henio.
Seconds that.
Chair Henio, I think that would be line 7.
Okay, so back to
Chairman Henio.
if you would read the correct amendment.
Okay, I believe, Kristen, if you don't mind, on page 4, line 7, instead of 6, because we already, Amendment 1 was on line 6. So this one would go on line 7. Remember, it goes all the way down that page to line 17, I think it was. So I'm assuming that we would be just putting one expenditure, $1 amount. I mean, like for this amendment, it would go on line 7 with a dollar amount of $9 million, and then the next amendment would go on line 8.
Is that Kristen? What is the correct line number?
That's correct. Everyone will be a subsequent line down. I mean, I don't know how it'll ultimately look in the final resolution, but for our purposes here today, that's what we'll do. Sure.
Okay, so with that, Vice Chair Smith, can you modify your motion? Vice Chair Smith?
Chairman
thank
Henio.
you, Chair Henio. Also, thank you, Shada, for recognizing that. I do make an amendment to my amendment on behalf of line 7. Thank you. Okay, and then Delegate Yellow here.
Chairman Henio.
Delegate Yellow here.
I think that was Speaker.
Delegate Yellow here.
Can you hear me? Hello? How about now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Here you go. Fine.
What's that? We do have amendment number 2 before Budget and Finance Committee.
Chairman Henio.
To the Speaker Damon, is this you, Colin?
Yeah, Chairman Henio, this is Speaker Damon. Could someone email me that amendment? I didn't get that amendment.
Okay.
Email me and the co-sponsors too as well.
If you would include the co-sponsors of 261-20 in all of our amendments, we would appreciate that, Peggy. So you do have Speaker Damon on the line. I believe Delegate Slater is also calling in. We do have Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton that was on the line with us also. And so if you email that to amendment number 1 and amendment number 2 to them respectively. Thank you. So to the Speaker Damon, let me know if you received the amendments.
Thank you.
With that, committee members, any questions or comments regarding amendment number 2? Or maybe our controller or either the controller or Mr. Doherty. This amendment, Digi, do you have any comments regarding amendment number 2 to help explain to the committee members so they can make a decision on their voting?
Just informally off on the side, Mr. Chair, this is Speaker Damon. I did get those amendments. Thank you.
Okay, I cannot for requesting that. We forgot about the sponsors. Thank you for reminding us. Committee members, any questions or comments on amendment number 2?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Go ahead, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask the motioning party, I do have an amendment for the Economic Development Expenditure Plan. If he would consider adding that to this amendment. And so it's on page 4, line 8, inserting the following information: Economic Development Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJN 6720 in the amount of $52 million. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that request for modification, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Could Honorable Crotty repeat that? I heard CJN and then the number and then the amount under the economic development before I do concur with it or decline it.
Back to Delegate Amber Crotty, and also if you have that in written format, if you get to send it to our sponsor of the legislation, also committee members. I'll yield back floor back to Delegate Amber Crotty regarding Vice Chairman's request.
Thank you, Chair. It always helps if I unmute. Vice Chair Smith, so the modification would be on page 4, line 8. Insert the following information: Economic Development Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJN 6720 in the amount of $52 million. There is currently $54,326,490 in the account. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I did follow along on page 4, line 8, CJN 67-20, and the amount of $52 million, and revert that to hardship. And I think that was the purposes of helping the local folks that are in the artesian. Is that what that is? Before I do concur with this, back to Honorable Crotty.
It's Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Vice Chair. So it was originally developed to help the artisans. We did, as a committee, receive an update from Director J.T. Willie. He was asking for amendments to the expenditure plan to allow for a second round of assistance, or to allow businesses over $3 million. And so there is some funding that would be left in that account, depending if he has
Navajo businesses who are eligible and anticipate funding. And if you feel like this needs to be a separate amendment, I understand, Vice Chair, if you want to ask more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. May I, Chair Henry?
Go ahead, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio and committee members and sponsor of this legislation. Under this economic development, there's a lot of folks that are still in line waiting for their payments. In my area, there is several, I guess I could say more than several, that are wanting to tap into these dollars. I don't know if 2 million would be enough to pay out artisans across the Navajo Nation. If that could be bumped up a little more, I would be more than willing to modify my amendment, maybe leave in at least 8 million, just as a get-go. I don't know, but that's my recommendation on that, Honorable Crotty.
Back to Delegate Amber Crotty. What's your, do you still want to request to modify, or will you be doing a standalone amendment?
Chairman Henio, I think for this legislation and now hearing from Vice Chair and his questions, I'll just withdraw that request and we'll do a standalone, and we'll be able to get additional information and have a better number that the committee can recommend. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Amber Crotty. With that, Vice Chair Smith, back to just your amendment only for the 9 million in PPEs. Committee members, any other questions or comments?
Chair.
Delegate Elmer Begay.
Chair, on this amendment, that my guy from there is he still wanted the 900? I mean 9 million. So there's no changes to that. Is that the way I kind of understand it?
Oh, it's $9 million from the personal protection equipment allocation that was issued back in the summer now.
Okay, I'll be. That was just my question.
Christine, committee members, any further questions or comments? If not, I'll call for the question. So now, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Number 2?
I'll vote green.
Vice Chair Smith, Christine. So now, Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. So now, Delegate Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Crotty will vote green. Thank you.
So Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. So Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green. Yeah.
So Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. So Delegate Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Okay, vote green. 0. With that, committee first, back to the motion. Any other amendments?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with an amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have an amendment. I'm just trying to make sure everybody has it. I don't know if Ms. Nakai has it, but it's so it'll be Amendment 3, and this will be reallocating funding from the Department of Economic Development into the hardship. If Ms. Nakai can let me know if she has the amendment, or we can work on getting it to the committee members and the sponsors and co-sponsors. Thank you.
Okay, Peggy, do you have that amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's the amendment that says on page 4, line 8, insert Economic Development Expenditure Plan approved by a council resolution CJN 6720 in the amount of $52 million. I did email that out prior to Delegate Crotty changing her mind, and it comes in. I believe that it has her name on it, so check your email. That's the amendment that I sent forward, but it's labeled Amendment 2, but it's actually Amendment 3. I'm sorry.
Okay, we do amendment number 3. Back to Delegate Amber Crotty. Is that your amendment?
Yes, Chair, but I do, with additional information that we received regarding how much could possibly be expended by the December 30th deadline, I wanted to modify and recommend that we only reallocate $37.5 million. Thank you, Chair.
So that. Yep. Peggy, did you get that here?
Yes, so it would say $37,500,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, committee members, there's a motion. Amendment number 3 by Delegate Amber Crotty. Second to that motion.
Second the motion, Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. There's a motion on the floor, amendment number 3.
Yeah. Or Mr. What's his name? James Edcott?
Did somebody mute your phone, please? There. Committee members, any questions or comments regarding amendment number 3?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And with additional information, it looks like Parks and Recreation had a similar program. And so if I could modify this amendment to include reallocating $828,637 from their account to the hardship. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so with that modification of your amendment, it would include line number 9 as you would read line number 9 to the committee. Because that'd be a separate line item. So Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for that guidance. Yes.
Peggy, did you get that modification on the motion?
Yes, I did. Is it included? I think it's included in the CJY 6720 as well.
So can you read it for the record? The same way you read the first one. Read the record.
Okay, so the additional language that's going to be added to the Amendment 3 would read, the Parks and Recreation Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJN-67-20 in the amount of $828,637. Chair, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you
Just
hear
now
me?
we did. We didn't hear you before.
Okay. Vice Chair Smith, are you good with that modification to the amendment? Shredder, could you repeat that again, please? I'm second on the motion here.
Okay, so the additional language would read, the Parks and Recreation Expenditure Plan, approved by Council Resolution CJN-67-20, in the amount of $828,637.
I concur with that. Thank you.
So committee members, this is Peggy. So it would read CJY-67-20. That's the correct reference number for the council resolution, CJY-67-20.
Thank you.
Chair, are you still there? Did we lose you?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Now we can.
Okay. Yeah, just that's my page, and for some reason my signal cuts out right by there, and I lose all sense of direction. So I'm good now. Vice Chair Smith accepts the second. So with that, any questions or comments on amendment number 3, committee members? Chair Henry, I got a question on amendment 3. Vice Chair Smith, thanks. Thank you, Chair Henry. Committee members. On the first amendment, not the first amendment, but the one with the how did I cut it show? Division of Economic Development. How much are we taking out and putting into the hardship? I kind of got lost on that one, but I'm okay with the 828,000. I just need to know how much we are actually taking out from the economic development regarding the K201511 business unit. Thank you, Chair. Hey, Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Amber Connie modified her amendment to 37,500,000. That is amendment number 3 for economic development. Not 52, but it went down to 37,500,000. Does that help you, Mr. Smith? Thank you, Chair Henio. I'm on the same page now. Any other comments, committee members, regarding amendment number 3?
Honorable Henyo, this is Delegate Charles-Sue.
Okay, from the committee members, I'm not hearing any comments, so I'll just go out to Sanaa. Chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, Delegate Eugenia Charles Dune, go ahead.
Hey guys, I've been on since the very beginning of this meeting, but I appreciate the conversations. Can we also, as Speaker Damon stated, can we also, as co-sponsors, get these amendments? Because the last amendment that I got, I think, is the one that was posed by Honorable Raven Smith. So I did get that amendment, but I haven't got the amendment you guys are discussing. So it's just a request for documents. Thank you.
With that, Vicky, do you have the amendment? What do you do?
Chair, amendment that Delegate Crotty did is says forward materials for 0261-20. That's the one that is Delegate Crotty's amendment, but it doesn't show the 37.5 million amount. But that's the start of it. After we sent that out, and all the sponsors of the legislation should have those because I sent it out to them. And then the latest one, I don't believe I have that one yet. I mean, the one for the Parks and Recreation, I believe that was just verbally done, right? Delegate Crotty, can you, or is there language for that one? Because I haven't received anything on that one.
Okay, with that,
What I did is I just composed it according to the other amendments that were made.
Okay, thank you. Okay, committee members, if we do have amendments, out of courtesy for the sponsors, could we send those written amendments to Peggy? And then after that, she could disperse them out to the committee and also to the sponsor of the legislation, 261-20. So, Delegate Amber Crotty, if you do have those two amendment number 3, if you have both of them in written format, if you would forward them, I appreciate it. Any other questions or comments, committee members? Okay, amendment number 3, Peggy, if you read it again for the committee's sake, and also for the sponsors that are listening in.
Okay, so Amendment 3, on page 4, line 9, insert on page 4, on page 4, line 9, insert Economic Development Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJY 67-20 in the amount of $37,500,000. And then Parks, on line 10, on page 4, line 10, insert Parks and Recreation Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJY 67-20 in the amount of $828,637. That's it.
Okay, Peggy, what's on line number 8?
I'm sorry, I was sitting there talking to myself. It should say on page 4, line 8, insert Economic Development Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJY 67-20 in the amount of $37,500,000. And then on page 4, line 9, Parks and Recreation Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJY 67-20 in the amount of $828,637. Mr. Chair.
I appreciate you, because that's what I was picking up as we were moving along. Okay, Shane, with that, committee members, we do have amendment number 3 before us. There are no comments or questions regarding amendment 3. So, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Okay, Shane, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair votes green. Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, Vice Chair
Hey,
Smith votes green.
question of privilege.
Delegate Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Chair, I think Delegate Begay called a question of privilege. I don't know if you heard him.
No, I didn't hear it. Delegate Elmer Brigade, did you call for a question of privilege?
Yeah, Chair, my question of privilege is, so how's the total amount that we're voting on? Because I haven't get the whole, haven't received the emails. I got one from yours and then from Crowdy for 52 million. So haven't get the one that was 32 million and then the 800,000.
Delegate Elmer Brigade, Delegate Amber Crotty modified her motion, so it's not 52 million anymore. So wipe that out, scratch that out, and instead of 52 million, it's $37,500,000 from economic development.
I think that's what I wanted to have a question of privilege on it too. I just wanted to ask my Shadeja, what was the reason why she's lowered it down?
Based on information about question of Delegate Amber Crotty. If you would explain to Delegate Elmer Brigade.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Shemai. If I could defer to the Office of the Controller, I believe because there's outstanding applications that will be funded. Thank you, Chair.
And back to our Office of the Controller, Shema. Ms. Perlin Kirk, if you would help us with this question of privilege.
So, well, that's point.
Okay.
Controller's Office.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So regarding the small business and artisan assistance program, as you know, there was 60 million allocated. So far, what's been funded is 11.2 million. And so the other key information is that currently there is about pending requests of about 24 million. With this program, there is a little bit of a timing issue. Your small businesses and artisans, they will make their request, they submit their application, and then there's a review period. Once an application is approved, an offer is made, in which time the small business and artisan, they submit their grant agreement back to us. And then if it's ready for funding, then, it's ready for funding. After that, we send out the checks, and those files we send to our accountant to essentially post those transactions into FMIS. So there's a little bit of a lag, and that 24 million that I mentioned earlier is actually the amount that's being requested by the applicant. So some of those get kicked back, some of those are duplicates, some of those are requests in excess of the limit. So that is the reason why the recommendation for the 37.5 million is just because there's a little bit of a timing thing that happens with this particular program because of the process. So I just wanted to let you guys know about that.
Okay, with that, Senator Delegate Elmer Begay, does that help you with your question privilege?
Yeah. So, okay. Thank you.
With that, Senator Delegate Amber Crowdy, how do you vote?
Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Amber Crowdy votes green. Senator Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Green.
Okay, Senator Delegate Brown votes green. Senator Delegate Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green too. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Amendment number 3 passes. Committee members, any other amendments? 261-20.
Chair Henyo, I saw your amendment. Did you want a committee member to propose that, or did you want to post that amendment?
If you would propose that amendment, that way I can continue chairing the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Chair, if I may pose an amendment, it is so it looks like we might have to modify this. So it says right here on page 4, line 8, I'm not sure if it needs to be line 9. Insert the following information: Judicial Branch Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution. This may be, I think it's CJY 6720, in the amount of $3,204,454, as recommended by the Chief Justice. Thank you.
Okay, that's Senator Delegate Amber Crowdy. That would be line 10 on the amendment.
Okay.
Because line 9 was Parks and Rec. Okay, with that, we do have a motion on the floor. Peggy, do you have the amendment with you right now?
I'm trying to look for that amendment in my documents, and I'm not finding it. Kristen, can you tell me which one is labeled for Chair Henio's? Because it's kind of confusing what I'm receiving over here. I've seen it, but I can't find it because I was doing that amendment to the third amendment that I was correcting. But this is the judicial branch. This is the judicial branch amendment, right?
Yeah, I just resent it.
Yes.
And this is what I'm going to do. I'm putting in a line number, and then I'm saying, or next available line. So the key thing is that we're not using the same line. So as long as we don't have 2 in the same line, we'll be okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, Kristen, if you would send a copy of this amendment to the sponsors and co-sponsors of the legislation 261-20.
It went to everybody at 3:15. It was sent to the advisors, the committee members, the co-sponsors. If anybody doesn't have it, I will resend it again.
Okay, Senator Speaker Damon, do you have the amendment for you?
I got the amendment for the judicial branch, correct?
Oh, AD, it'd be amendment number 4.
I got it. Oh.
Okay. So committee members, there's a motion by Senator Delegate Amber Crowdy for amendment number 4. Is there a second to the amendment number 4? Committee members, there in a second to amendment number 4. Delegate.
Can you hear me?
Delegate Elmer Begay.
Yeah.
We can hear you now.
Okay. A second?
I need a second.
Okay, yeah. I did second.
There's a motion, amendment number 4 by Delegate Amber Crotty. And memorandum, chief, the budget members, the amendment, the alcohol. So, any questions or comments, committee members?
Chair, may I interject, please? Peggy.
Go ahead, Peggy, go ahead.
Okay, there needs to be a correction, I believe. CJY-67-20 is the correct council resolution number.
So if you would read the amendment number 4 again in the correct form.
Okay, it's on page 4, line 10, insert. Judicial branch expenditure plan approved by council resolution CJY-67-20 in the amount of $3,204,454. Mr. Chair.
Dr. Sheena, with that correction, correct reading, Delegate Amber Crowdy, do you modify your motion to reflect that? Delegate Amber Crowdy?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nakai.
Dr. Sheena, Delegate Elmer Begay, amiga ya, on your second.
Oh, amiga.
Dr. Sheena, Diga Hana, with that, questions, committee members, amendment number 4. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. How do you vote? Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Ball Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer Begay.
I vote green too.
Okay, Delegate Elmer Begay votes green. Back to Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here, are you still on the line with us? Okay, we do have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed for amendment number 4. Chair not voting. With that, committee members, do we have any other amendments?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, committee members of BNF and the sponsors of this legislation and those listening in. I'd like to propose another amendment. It should have been sent out just now on behalf of this legislation. If you can look up in your email, it should be in your box. And we have Shudda read it into record.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Okay.
You would.
All right. So this is amendment 5, I believe. Is that correct? And it would read on page 4, line 11, public health, insert public health and healthcare expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJY-67-20 in the amount of $15 million. On page 4, line 12, Facility Safety Assurance Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJN-46-20 in the amount of $5 million. Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henio, with all respect, that would be my motion for Amendment 5.
Okay, motion for Amendment number 5, sponsored by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second to this Amendment number 5, committee members?
Second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Okay, so Delegate Elmer P. Begay seconds this motion. Committee members, is there any questions or comments regarding Amendment number 5? I'm not hearing any, so if I may, committee members, to sponsor Vice Chair Smith, this amendment is taking $5 million for the facility maintenance office cleaning. Is that what it is?
It says Facility Safety Assurance Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJN 4620 in the amount of $5 million. Public Health and Healthcare Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJY 6720 in the amount of $15 million.
So if you would read the amendment again, Peggy, as far as where does it go in the legislation?
Okay, this is Amendment 5 on page 4, line 11. Insert Public Health and Healthcare Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJY-67-20 in the amount of $15 million. On page 4, line 12, Facility Safety Assurance Expenditure Plan approved by Council Resolution CJN-46-20 in the amount of $5 million. Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, thank you for that reading. Committee members, back to the question for Vice Chair Smith. Was that on the $5 million? Is that to facility maintenance for the office cleaning, or?
Thank you, Chair Henio. Yes, thank you, Chair Henio. That is under business unit number K201507, facilities maintenance. That money has not been spent since 3/1 of 2020, and it's still available. Yes, that is part of the, I guess, cleaning or whatever. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's just sitting there, so I'm taking $5 million from there and leaving them with $5 million because we're at the end of the time period of using these monies. So that's the intent of this Amendment 1 or Amendment 5. Shananda, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I was kind of curious because it's different from the report we received yesterday during our work session from Mr. Azrit. Okay, committee members, any other questions or comments?
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shananda, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. So the amendment, is this amendment for 15 million or this is for 5 million for facilities? Thank you, Chair.
It's two different items. The first one on line 11 is 15 million from the Department of Health. And then the next line item would be line 12, that's 5 million
from facility maintenance. So it's much similar to the amendment that you did in amendment number 3, separating them in 2 different line items, 2 different pots of money. Shananta, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, committee members? I'm not hearing any, so with that, committee members, do we have any further questions? Let the know. I'll move to a vote. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about Green? Yate, question of privilege, brother. I don't even have one single page on this financial report that we are doing it right now, but I just voting. Based on the agreement, I'm listening to you guys, and they were sent from my Shmaya, on Bakrati. I said it still has not been downloaded, but I'll just listen to your number, writing it down. Hopefully everything's okay, but I will vote green. And then my question is this a day, the ample time today to start doing this? And what about we ever get all this money out and cut all the money and we still need money for other projects? That's my question, that's all. But I vote green, brother, Chair.
Based on your question, Iggy, is Atada, when we had our work session, there were several reports emailed to us, and even that's how these amendments are being proposed. Although, as far as is this ample time, the Ninji, I believe on the legislations that we passed, it stated that at the end of October, Budget and Finance would reevaluate all the projects allocation and make recommendations for reallocating the money that was first given out that to a different pot of money, and that's where this hardship legislation tomorrow na bikiya about into hiko. So hopefully that answers your question. I'll get Jimmy over here.
The end of my question, yeah, I vote green, but maybe my worksheet will come out maybe later this evening. But I vote green for this hardship. I stand for that one. Thank you. Yeah.
Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Yeah, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Kenneth Balcarty votes green.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Okay, Delegate Elmer Begay votes green. We have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Amendment number 5 passes. Do we have any other amendments, committee members?
Chair Hanio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
I'd like to request an amount of how much we're actually totaled up for the purposes of knowing how much is going to be appropriated into the hardship on BNF's amendments, if that's all possible. Chair Hanio, thank you.
Okay, with this, maybe Peggy or Kristen, if you could do a quick math for us.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty. I've been tracking on an Excel file. If staff needs help, I have some preliminary numbers.
Okay, if you would help us out, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Okay, I just want to.
Question up.
With Amendment 1 was $15,591,633.06. Amendment 2 was
Amendment 3 was 37,500,000 and 828,637. Amendment 4 was 204,454. Amendment 5 was 15 million and 5 million. Is that correct, Chair?
Yes.
Total comes out to 89,124,724.06.
Okay. $24, and appreciate that. Okay, thank you for that. Quick message from Delegate Amber Crotty. With that, committee members, do we have any other amendments? If not, on the main motion, no, I'll call for the question on the main motion. Okay, Peggy, if you would do second reading. Or Delegate Amber Crotty, do you have anything to add?
I was just going to ask, Chair, I'm looking at the water project and I'm looking at Jason John's recommendation. And I just need to know if this committee, if we want to make the first reallocation, I could make that amendment. And then my second question is, there's also 25.8 million left for Department of Health. I don't know if the committee wants to take action on that either. Those are the two items left on my list for amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Yesterday's from Dr. Jill Jim, they are already obligated $5 million and the works is from I heard, but Dr. Jill on the line. Dr. Jim. Okay, Delegate Amber Crotty, that was what I had taken away yesterday, was on the 25 million that was going to be used by the Department of Health. But as far as the water projects, that's that's a tough one to go through because of how it was put together from what I've been hearing. But it's up to the committee, or if you want to tackle it at Nabakia Kitchen, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Well, Chair, I'm looking at Jason John's document, and this reallocation breaks my heart because how much we need water. He is estimating about $37.2 million for reversion. But if the committee wants just to move this forward, and I think that could also be appropriate, because there's water projects on here that we all need in our communities. Unless, Chair, if I could ask Legislative Council, is there any way in this legislation that this committee make a directive that water projects that were not completed by CARES, they will be added to the 5-year expenditure plan for water projects? I know the state of New Mexico does that when they do the TIF funding. When they don't have enough money, they'll make like a priority list. Is there any way we can make that directive in our committee so that these water projects are completed with other funding that we identify? Sure.
Okay, so they'll get Amber Crotty. That's something that we can add after we do take care of this legislation as a directive, because we do still have one pending directive, which is the legislative language that we took out of our amendment, which is considered a directive. So we'll have two directives
The first one was directing the Office of Management Budget and Controller, and the other one will be to the Water Management Branch on your directive. And it doesn't taste good knowing that we have to revert money from water when the intent of the money was to build water projects. And I do have some water projects in my satellite communities that I would like to address if we could just hold off on that, Shananta. You know, get Amber Crotty.
I will. Thank you, Chair.
I I really do appreciate it because they're both for the schools. That's why the school campuses, they're out of water in Alamo and Rama. So with that, committee members, any other questions? Or if not, we can do second reading from Peggy Nakai.
Chair.
Peggy, if you would. Shandat, Delegate Elmer Begay, go ahead.
Chair, do you know who's calculating all this? So how much money do we all that we reappropriated? Did that total amount?
Anita, Delegate Amber Crotty gave us a rundown, and it's over $89 million plus. I believe, Delegate Amber Crotty.
I think what I'm saying is, how about is it add on to the 49 million or the rest of it? Add on to the 100.
Okay, if you would, Delegate Amber Crotty, on your Excel spreadsheet to add the allocation that we currently had already passed of $49 million and see what the total amount would be. That's what Delegate Elmer Begay is asking for.
Okay, if we add the 40, hold on. So we got to add 49. Okay, let me do this real quick. We'll do it. I'm gonna earn my $40. Let's see.
Don't forget, minus the tax.
We'll waive it.
It's about 138 million.
Yeah, so I got 138,579,140.06. I got that wrong. I humbly report that amount. Thank you.
I'm appreciating that. With that, Chantal, Delegate Elmer Begay, did you get that figure?
Yeah, Chair. So to get to the 75% of it was over about close to 300 million. So how much do we need to get to there now? Again.
Let me crunch those numbers.
See, about 162 million. 161.
Yes. Chair, is that to make it to $400 million, or what's the goal amount that people are saying out there?
I think 75%.
I think Delegate Elmer Begay is looking at 300 million.
So if our goal is 350, is our goal 400 million?
This round off $161 million. We need it.
Can you, committee members, can we let committee members speak one at a time? So Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I could calculate the number. Does Delegate Begay, is the goal the 400 million as reported by Controller, or lower? That's all I need to know to let you know how much more is needed.
Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, are you still there?
Can you hear me? If it's more than that, I know that lower than that is going to be, how much is going to be? Did you say? It's lower.
How much lower? We're trying to get a figure from you, Delegate Elmer Begay. What number are you looking at?
I remember there was a 75% of that total census skewed. How much was it going to be? I think it was almost $299 million, something like that. So I was just going by that figure, 75% of it.
Honorable Hanyo, this is Delegate Charles Sue.
Okay, Santa Delegate, Eugenia Charles, if you can help us out, we're kind of getting confused here.
Yes, I'm
Well,
looking for
the hardship amount, if it's 400 million or lower.
Yes, I think that's what he's talking about.
So if it's 400 million, we still need 420,860, or if the goal is 400 million. I'm not sure when he says 75%. I don't know what number that is.
All right, that's where I'm stuck. But Santa Delegate Elmer Begay, does this help you out?
Back to the chair. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that.
With that, I guess we can. Peggy, can you do a second reading for us?
Okay, Chair. So this is for legislation number 0261. There are 5 amendments. 1, on page 4 of 5, line 6, insert special duty pay expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJN 46-20 in the amount of $18,591,633.06. 2, on page 4, line 7, insert personal protective equipment expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJN 46-20 in the amount of $9 million. 3, on page 4, line 8, insert economic development expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJY-67-20 in the amount of $37,500,000. On page 4, line 9, insert Parks and Recreation expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJY-67-20 in the amount of $828,637. And then on page 4, line 10, insert Judicial Branch expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJY-67-20 in the amount of $3,204,454. And then 5, on page 4, line 11, insert Public Health and Healthcare expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJY-67-20 in the amount of $15 million. On page 4, line 12, insert Facility Safety Assurance expenditure plan approved by Council Resolution CJN 46-20 in the amount of $5 million. Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that second reading, call for the question. Committee members, Delegate Jimmy Yella here.
I vote green.
Okay, Delegate Jimmy Yella here votes green. Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kines-Balcrotty will vote green. Thank you. I did send out that Excel. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. How do you vote?
I vote green. Yeah.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. And Amendment 261-20 is hereby referred to Nabikia with 5 amendments. This one, speaker is Seth Damon. Thank you for being with us this afternoon and for sponsoring this amendment. Do you have anything to say?
No, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the work that the Budget and Finance Committee has done in taking the leadership role in identifying which funds need to be reverted into the hardship at this time. And with that, I know that we'll have a bigger discussion on some of the other key items like water. But just thank you again for taking the time in leading the way in making sure that legislation 0261-0 has its path towards completing its goal and getting more dollars out to the people. Yeah.
Chair Henio?
Mr. Chair. Mr.
Okay, Shane, thank you for that. So Speaker Damon, we do have some directives that need to be addressed. So Speaker Damon, don't log off too fast yet. Vice Chair Smith, do you have a directive?
Yes, I'd like to make that directive regarding the on legislation 61-20, the Office of Management Budget and Office of the Controller shall determine the appropriate business unit numbers to implement this amendment. The other one is, second one is the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are to revise the respective expenditure plans to account for this amendment. That's my directive motion. Okay, we do have a directive motion on the floor by Vice Chair Smith. Committee members, is there a second to that directive? Is there a second? Committee members?
Delegate Crotty will second. Thank you.
Okay, so Delegate Amber.
Party at the director committee is water project. They weren't able to meet the CARES deadline, that they be prioritized for the upcoming 5-year expenditure plan.
Vice Chair Smith. Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith. On the motioning party, I'd like to also include those projects that are needed to be expedited, if that's all possible. I know some are not shovel ready, some are not even right away ready. If they could get that in the 5-year plan to get that going in case we get another CARES. Thank you, Chair. So are you modifying your motion to include that? Yes, sir. Akashina, those they'll get Amber Cuddy. You second that? You good with that?
Yes.
Akashina, any questions or comments on the directive, committee members?
Mr. Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead.
If Kristen could help us by coming up with language for the last 2 parts of the directive, that would be good regarding the water plan and also the shovel-ready projects. But for the directive, the last sentence where it says Office of Legislative Counsel are to revise their respective expenditure plans to account for these amendments. That's what I would change, because it said this amendment, but you have 5 amendments, so just grammatical change.
Okay, that you could change that administratively, Peggy. As far as the add-on director, sige, Delegate Crotty, if you would send your language to Peggy and Kristen so they could get it in format and directive language. Same way with Vice Chair Smith, if you would send your suggestions to Peggy and Kristen, then they would include that as part of the committee report and make it nice and fancy. Abigail,
I could do that, Chair. I do have a question. So I have the Department of Water Resources dated October 21st, 2020 with the recommended reversions. Can we request an updated report for tomorrow, Nabikiatian? I don't know if there's any additional reversions that would be recommended. Sure, thank you.
Okay. Peggy, if you would reach out to Mr. Jason John, and I believe our Chief of Staff, Sherlyn Yazzie, is also listening in. She could, both advisors and our Chief of Staff would reach out to Mr. Jason John to give us an updated report so we can make that decision.
Chair, can't hear you. You're fading out.
Okay, if you could reach out to Jason John regarding the President, Delegate Amber Crowdy's request for an updated report on the water management, water projects, and see what their recommended reversions is at, if it's still the same or not. Did you hear
Chair
me?
Henyo?
Peggy.
Yes, I heard that. So you're just wanting to find out what the status is of their expenditures?
Chairman Henyo, this is Sherilyn Yazzie from Office of the Speakers. We will already be looking into that matter and requesting for that information.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, for that acknowledgement. Okay, with that, committee members, on the directive, question on the directive, Delegate Elmer Begay.
The directive there. Okay, I have others to say.
So this is a directive.
Okay, give me time to say. I might have Kristen help me out to do that. Maybe we can do it at Nabi Dode, but I can go ahead and mention it later. But give me time to do that. Okay.
Okay, with that, calling for the question on the directive, Delegate Jimmy Yiller here.
How about Green?
Kashina Ados, Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Okay, Ados, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you, Chair.
Ados, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Okay, Ados, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green, Shadal.
Kashina, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting on the directive. Okay, with that, before we go to 262-20, Delegate Rick Nez, Chairman Nez, are you on the line with us?
Chair, you need to speak up louder.
I am here.
You're fading away.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Okay, with that, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you wanted to say something before we go to the next legislation?
We can't hear you, Chair.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me, Senor? Chair Henyo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Senor. Yes, sir, Senor.
I should hey, Chair and also the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I have maybe Kristen's on the line, and maybe Dana's on the line too. I have a concern regarding this allocation about reverting funds I believe that the Alcon chapter has a concern regarding their broadband with NTA. I think these money, if they can, there's a certain amount of money given to NTA called the Alcon chapter. The Alcon chapters, they already have their funds, and then they use it for another grant from a BIA to do assessment for the terrain that we're living in. The one that we know that they're going to get is this there's only this community there, but we want to go behind the buttes. There's no signal or anything like that. And now you can't. That's where we want to hit it. That's where we got the assessment done. And we give it to NTA to share, requesting for $6.5 million to construct that they can do within the time frame of the December, but they changed their mind that we're not priority. They're holding up on these fundings like that. I think we need to get to them and start using their funds. One reason too, this CARES fund that was given to NTA and NECA, they're just holding off on these funds. Because of that is we know that there's sub-recipients that contractors don't know. For example, solar projects that were given to these sub-recipients, local contractors. The local contractors were just only given 150 units, but these contractors, they can do 500 units, but the NTA is just piecemealing them. I think if they can't do it, they should revert those money back to us. I thought maybe that's the only way that we can, that's how we kind of look at it from here. So I've got my official here frustrated. Delegates and the on they go to Yadan, he and he pays on there. The chapter official really active over here. I call from the 5 chapters that I represent. Nobody's saying anything to NTA about it. No. So what can we do? Maybe Kristen I can help. Maybe make a directive to them to start using and sharing those funds with the local chapters. And these contractors are standing by right now, ready to work since May. It's so frustrating to see them. How can we do this? I think that's another thing that we need to talk about. I think that's another issue that we need to talk about as the delegates and then as leaders. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you for that, Chair.
Christina, for bringing out those concerns, and I'm sure that we need to work with that. You can hear me now, right?
You're still fading out. We can't hear you that well.
Okay, because I'm in an area where there's signal comes fades in and out. That's why. But I need to get closer to window. With that, committee members 262-20. We do have Chairman Rick Nez waiting for us. So Peggy, if you could read that into the record.
Legislation number 0262-20 was assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, Health, Education, and Human Services, Resources and Development Committee, Navigatia, and then the Navajo Nation Council. It's a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, second year 2020, introduced by Rick Ness, co-sponsored by Jamie Henio and Jimmy Yellowhair and Seth Damon. Council delegates, tracking number 0262-20, an action relating to budget and finance, health, education, and human services, resources and development. and the Navajo Nation Council supporting and approving the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Reopening Plan. Supporting and approving reopening full operations of gaming enterprise facilities at a minimum 50% capacity, permitting Navajo Blue Travel Plaza to operate at full capacity. And this legislation has been read into the record. The Internet public review documents do not have any comments received. And I know that other standing committees were meeting on this, but I haven't received any copies of their committee reports, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I believe that practice. Hold on, Peggy. That has been the past practice of this committee, and therefore, if the committee wishes to deviate, then we need to state so. So with that, I do believe Health, Education, Human Services heard it today. RDC, Resource Development Committee, heard it today. But it's that now Budget and Finance Committee. Therefore, it's creating a confusion because there were delegates that were requesting to remove the HIT legislation to where it flows from one committee to another. But at the present time, it's causing confusion because of committee reports. With that, back to Peggy, if you were going to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Today, this morning, the advisors were asking questions, and we understood that our Chief Legislative Counsel had sent a memo to the Speaker's office yesterday, and this morning the Speaker went ahead and addressed the issue and had the words "since" removed from the committee assignment listing, and so therefore this legislation is in order. It can go to Nabikiatit because all of the committee reports are to go to be forwarded to Nabikiatit for consideration tomorrow.
Peggy, thank you for that explanation. But my concern is the integrity of the committees when it comes to listening to legislations, and it's being compromised right now by Legislative Council, making that free for all. That's my concern as chair of the Budget and Finance, and therefore I believe the proper process would have been better. But if you feel that is an order and take responsibility for that, then we'll move forward with a motion. Is there a motion, committee member? Committee
Chair,
members, is there a motion? Motion for 262-20?
There was an email that was sent out to all of you on it.
Committee members, is there a motion? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? No motion. Moving on to the next legislation. Peggy, next legislation.
Legislation number 0253-20, an action relating to resources and development, Budget and Finance, and the Nabikiatit Committee and Navajo Nation Council amending CAP 3518, adopting the Citizen Fund Power Line and Chapter Project Expenditure Plan pursuant to CD 6814, as amended by CJA 0318 and 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508, as amended, waiving 12 NNC Section 810F, 820I and M, and 860C relating to the capital improvement budget and the capital improvement process, allocating citizen funds for Shiprock Chapter Project, sponsored by Eugenia Charles Newton, Council Delegate, and this has been electronically read into the record. There is a committee report from the, there were no comments from the Internet Public Review, and there is a do pass and no, with no amendment from the Resources and Development Committee.
Okay, thank you for that reading. Is Chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, Eugenia Charles-Newton, present with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here, Shana.
Okay, Sheena, with that, committee members, is there a motion?
Motion. Delegate
Motion
Elmer.
by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second? Is there a second, committee members?
Yellow hair.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, Delegate Eugenia Charles-Newton, you have the floor to introduce your legislation to the committee.
Thank you, Shana. Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair for your motion and for your second. This legislation is recapturing vetoed funds. As we all know, the citizen funds, each delegate received over $4 million to help assist with their projects. Honorable Tom Chi and also Honorable Nelson Begay were the only two delegates who had projects that were vetoed from President Russell Begay. And so what we did was in August of 2019, we had a town meeting here at the Shiprock chapter, and we discussed the different citizen projects, and we also discussed at that time the projects that would be identified to try to recapture the amount that was vetoed. At the time when we discussed this with the projects, with the people, we identified a few projects on there. And so the current amount is $350,000 that was vetoed. And this legislation is recapturing those amounts, and it has four projects that were listed to recapture those funds. We did, at one time, there was a resolution that we did pass, and that resolution included purchasing the BIA sirens. Shiprock community has sirens located around Shiprock. Those sirens were being operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Those sirens were used during if there was a danger in the community. It also used to sound off in the event that there was curfew. And then also whenever the school bells rang, those sirens would go off, and they would siren throughout the whole community. So at the time, we did have that discussion. BIA, we did have a sit-down meeting with BIA to see what needed to be done to get to purchase the sirens from them. However, the process was going to take a little bit longer, and they weren't really sure what had happened to the sirens. So as a result of that, we removed the BIA sirens, and we replaced in there the Shiprock Youth baseball field. And so there are two resolutions that are attached to the legislation that speak to the recapturing of the $350,000. Again, this legislation is to recapture the $350,000 that was vetoed by President Russell Begay, and to allocate those funds to the four projects that are listed on the or with the legislation. So at this time, I am complete with my presentation. I do stand for questions. Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Shanola can hear you, yeah. I don't know about others.
Okay, Shanella, I'm waiting for Honorable Henyo. He may have lost connection there.
Peggy, Budget and Finance Committee, anybody still on the line? Please don't give me
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Maybe
Okay.
Vice Chair can step up if we can't have Chair Henio on the call.
Yeah, I'm back on the line. Lost signal here for a little bit. Is that the end of the presentation from Chairwoman Delegate Chosen? Is that the end of the presentation?
Yes, Shana, it is. Use time for questions.
Oh, Gashina, thank you for that. Okay, committee members, any questions or comments regarding this legislation?
Chair.
Delegate Elmer McGee, go ahead.
I don't have the whole paperwork on it, but Peggy, is all the paperwork in there from the CPMD and the signature, the document that goes with it to do the changes or amendment?
Okay, with that question, back to Delegate Eugenia Charles-Zoom.
Yes, they were all submitted to Office of Legislative Counsel, and they were all attached to the legislation. RDC also asked that same question as well, and it was attached to the legislation.
Okay, thank you for that response. Delegate Elmer McGee, does that answer your question?
Oh, amigo. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, committee members, regarding this legislation?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Go ahead, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you. Actually, this question would be for the controller. So this legislation is asking for CEJASIN dollars. If I'm reading through the legislation right now, and if I could get how much is in the account, because what we're used to is just projects being reallocated, but this is actually asking for CEJASIN dollars. So I'll need to know what the current amount is and how much is available. Thank you, Chair.
Chair Henry, I got a question too as Vice Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Henio and BNF committee members. And this legislation that's being sponsored, 025320. I don't know if Legislative Council is listening in. I don't know if I'm going to get two opinions. But the way I've heard the presentation is that it was vetoed. $350,000. And this was the Citizen Projects, CAP 1835, I think it is. I could be off on those numbers, but it's CAP Council Action 18, I think it is. The question I have, if the president at the time, Nez and Begay was the president, Nez was the vice president, had vetoed that amount, how can we say that we're going to recapture Citizen if it was line-item veto? I think this should have been a whole new legislation on these projects, starting from the get-go, going all the way up to Nabakia Council, and not trying to recapture vetoed dollars that was vetoed by the gay. There, that's my DOJ. Or I think this may cause some issues on trying to override. It seems like we're trying to override the past president's veto on the 350,000. I remember it was Shiprock, and there was another project that was also vetoed, and the rest went through. Then the rest became CAP 3518. I think that's what the number is. That's my question, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Vice Chair Smith. Real good question and concern. So with that, I'll defer Vice Chair Smith's question to Kristen or to Department of Justice. But first, I'll defer the first question to our Controller. Controller Perlin Kurt, if you could answer Delegate Amber Claudi's question.
This is Controller, Chair, Shiyaj Ado, David, Delegate Crowdy, United Kidigi is what I believe the question would be. Right now is the unaudited, unappropriated balance of the CSN fund. And so as of September 30th, 2020, it is $441,900,565. So yeah,
Mr. No Tower, you can go.
Hi there. Thank you for that response. Also, although that Kristen, if you would assist us with the question posed by Vice Chair Smith.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm looking at this legislation now. This was written as an amendment to CAP 3518 to substitute projects into the line item veto that was done by the previous administration. And I don't know if the Department of Justice has a position on this, so I'm going to let them articulate their position, and then from that point, if the Department of Justice believes that, so there's the issue is, are these funds back into the CHSN fund? If the Department of Justice position is that the funds are back into the CHSN fund, then we'll need to do new legislation in order to get these projects requested by the sponsor so that the Shiprock chapter is on par with the other chapters that have been funded through CAP 3518. If the Department of Justice's position is that the funds are kind of like what we do for unallocated when the president line item vetoes the budget, they don't go into the UFB. Those line item vetoed funds go into an unallocated designation. So I'm going to bounce that back to the executive branch, and then we're going to take it from there, Chair, members of the committee.
And Department of Justice, are you on the line with us?
Yes, Chair Henio, this is Adjoa. Chair, members of the committee, I do not have an answer immediately at hand. This is something that I would have to take a few minutes to look into. So I would ask that you please give me a few minutes to look into it and get back to you, Chair.
Chairman Henyo, this is Dana. If you would like me to expound at all.
Yes, if you would help us out, Dana, I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Did somebody say
Hello?
something?
Go ahead, Dana.
Okay, thank you. So I think Kristen's explanation and her analogy to what happens with line item vetoes in the budget legislation is quite useful. If you recall back, most of you, or maybe some of you were not here when CAP 3518 was adopted by the council and then went across the street. It allocated a $4,666,000 to each of the council delegate districts. In short term, we're going to say delegates. That $4 million, the delegates were to decide what projects were to be, the dollars were to be used for. All of the delegates did that. That was approved by council. So each delegate got projects of $4,666,000, except for Shiprock. Shiprock's projects were line item vetoed. And so in my view, and I believe I'm going to say legislative council's view, those dollars went into an unallocated pool of CSN funds because the president never amended the total amount of the legislation. He just amended these projects. So the legislation here is adding projects to replace the ones that were line item vetoed, so that the Shiprock district, which is the only chapter in that district, gets the same amount of funding as all the other districts did. So it is my belief that the legislation was drafted properly. I did not hear anything until today that the Department of Justice had a different opinion on that. So that's what I can add until we hear from the Department of Justice. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, Dana. Back to Vice Chair Smith. Does that help you out with your concern?
Thank you, Chair Henio and the Budget and Finance Committee members. Well, that's the CAP 35-18, and that's a question I brought forth. So I'm still waiting for Department of Justice. That's why I said earlier, I know I'm going to get an answer over here, and I'm going to get a different answer. That's always the case. So the question is, should this legislation start over, just requesting for whatever projects out of citizen and it go through the committees?
without reverting back to saying CAP 35-18, because I know that each delegate was awarded 4.9 million, I think, or something like that. And if this is going to go through, will that increase the amount of request? And that will open up a whole new can of worms. Well, if that's going to be the case, then I'd like to increase or other delegates would say the same thing. I'd like to increase this for this project. That's what I'm hoping that will not happen, Chair Henia. So I'm waiting for DOJ's opinion. I'm hoping that you get a good answer on it. Thank you.
Chairman
Mr.
Jr.,
Chair.
Go ahead, Dana.
I apologize. I apparently did not make my self clear. I apologize for that. So the reason it was approached as an amendment to CAP 3518 instead of a brand new legislation was to ensure that, one, no delegate got more than the 4.6 million, and that the Shiprock district got projects totaling 4.6 million. When the president line item vetoed CAP 3518, what they line item vetoed were Shiprock projects. So therefore, Shiprock did not get projects totaling 4.6 million. So that, to ensure that all delegate districts got the same amount of funding, that is why I chose the path of amending 3518 to keep everybody equal. I hope that was helpful. Thank you.
Everybody has to be on the side, just FYI. Okay.
Can somebody mute your phone, please? I can hear you walking down the road.
Mr. Chair, this is Peggy. Could I say something here?
Peggy, go ahead.
I think that the question, you need to also ask the controller what the status is of this 350,000. This has happened before, historically, when line item vetoes have happened and the money just remains sitting out there. So then usually a delegate will propose a legislation to get the money and use it for whatever purpose. And in this case, it's to do projects for Shiprock because it was Shiprock line item veto. And so maybe the controller can let you know what accounts the money would sit in until it's reallocated, or because I don't think that they've expired yet. I know that these projects, there's like 3 years on them. And then the other one was, there's a question that needs to also be answered by legislative council, where there's the way that I see this whole legislation is there's two actions that it's doing. One is it's recouping the money from that unallocated balance that is remaining for Shiprock chapter for the 4.1 million that was allocated to the 24 delegates, their districts. And the second item is that what it's doing is it's approving the projects. And that's why you have CPMD forms in here that are checked off, that it's construction ready. And that usually that's done separately in a different legislation. But this one is including that process too. So is that correct, Legislative Council? Am I understanding that there's two actions that are happening in this legislation and it's going to go to the council for approval? Because usually Budget and Finance has final authority after RDC recommends that, you know, if there's any change to that cap 13, then it's amended with the changes that are proposed from the chapter. And these are new projects that are being proposed by Shiprock chapter since the other project that they had was line item vetoed. And I was trying to recall, I believe it was Nelson Begay's, former delegate Nelson Begay's district that had money for a road in Rock Point or somewhere. They had to do an amendment for that money too, because I believe that one was line item vetoed and it had to be recaptured and put into a different project for that one, if I recall right. Mr. Chair.
Honorable Henyo, can I say something?
Okay, before we let's settle Vice Chair Smith's inquiry first. So back to the Department of Justice. Do you have are you complete with your analysis of this subject? You heard from our Chief Legislative Counsel, Dana Verba, Department of Justice. Go ahead.
Yes, Chair Henio. Actually, I've asked Mel Rodas to please get back on the line and explain it in more detail. So I'll turn it over to Mel if that's okay with you, Chair.
Go ahead, Mel.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry that I wasn't on the call earlier, so I'm kind of behind here on the conversation. But I think if I understand, please correct me if I don't understand the question. But are you asking if new council legislation is necessary to appropriate Sahasan funds to the Shiprock chapter where there was a previous line item veto? Is that the question?
Vice Chair Smith, if you repeat the question for Department of Justice again.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Henyo and Budget Finance Committee members. There was several questions in that whole scenario. The first is, the president vetoed it out of CAP 3518. Line I vetoed it. So in other words, that was no longer allowable. Now, this legislation is trying to resurrect that. Is that allowable? Or do we have to go back and do a whole new legislation and request from citizen funds it seems override that. Okay. And we'll so that we can wait 8 for question.
Vice Council,
Chairwoman Eugenia Charles-Vinton.
Thank you for that, Shana. So CAP 3518, if you look at page 13 of 15 and you look at C, it says that a chapter project, power line, or water line project may be changed, including the year funded, or added to Exhibit A through E with the concurrence of the delegate representing the chapter's council district and the approvals of the Resource and Development Committee and Budget and Finance Committee, as long as such project has been certified as construction ready by CPMD or NQA, and the total citizen funding for the district does not exceed $4,166,666.67. CAP 3518 gave each delegate on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council $4,166,666.67. Shiprock and also Nelson Vigay's areas, they did not receive $4,166,666.67. Shiprock received, in fact, $3,816,666.67. So I think Mr. Rodas providing information that he is not even aware of, which I think is very dangerous. But if you look at the original legislation, again, Shiprock owns $3,016,066. When received in $166.67. So what this is, it's recapturing that fund that was legislation, the one that was into law by Russell, that each delegate for each district was supposed to get as long as they didn't exceed it. So in this case, the question that is being posed by Honorable Raymond Smith is that Shiprock will not be receiving more money. They just didn't receive all of the money that was allocated to them per CAP 3518. So in essence, if this is not approved, then I mean, we would be setting precedent that this committee has gone back on their word and gone against what the president
point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If I could ask for decorum, we're asking questions. And so if we could just answer the questions that are being asked to the sponsor. Thank you, Chair.
To be clear, there was no questions asked.
Delegate Chairwoman Charles-Vinton, if we just focusing on the question at hand, which is the legality of this legislation when it comes to vetoed funds and bringing them back as recaptured is what Vice Chair Smith was asking. So if we could focus in on that and then move forward.
Thank you. Again, per Cap 3518, page 13 of 15C, a chapter project, power line or water line project may be changed, including the year funded or added to Exhibit A through E with the concurrence of the delegate representing the chapter's council district, which in this case would be me, and the approvals of Resource and Development Committee, which they did approve, and Budget and Finance Committee, which is here today, as long as such project has been certified as construction ready by CPMD or NTUA, and the total citizen funding for the district does not exceed $4,166,666.67. So I believe that I was in answering the question, and I don't know, about the decorum. I'm just stating the facts. And the facts are Shiprock to date from the citizen legislation, Cap 3518, has received only $3,816,666.67. So I guess I'm a little bit confused as to, if we're talking about Cap 3518 and going against what the president authorized, he did do a line item veto, but he didn't change the amount. He didn't say that Shiprock could only receive $3,816,666. They would not exceed $4,166,666.67. So I think that's what Dana is trying to say, is that this legislation is recapturing funds that were originally allocated to each district. And the reason for that, and in the explanation for his line item veto, is that from my understanding, from what was explained to me by President Begay and also Honorable Tom Chi, is that the $350,000 was actually going to be used for the budget. BIA, and that was $50,000 vetoed. It was also through legislative council could be.
Okay, with that long explanation, now if we could, committee members, if we could move forward. Vice Chair Smith, are you satisfied with your answer from Department of Justice and Chief Legislative Counsel?
Thank you, Chair Henio and committee members. This has really brought some thoughts out and some things that even DOJ is taking time to really analyze this. That's why we have DOJ, that's why we have Legislative Council, to ensure that we're doing this correctly. These are the questions that pose when it comes to certain legislations. 35-18 was enacted by law and it was line item vetoed. Then now the former president is saying, oh, we shouldn't have done that. I think this legislation should be redrafted and brought to the Citizen Committee or through the channels using citizen money to request for the $300 and some odd thousand. I think that's what's being requested for the project on the Shiprock. I think that's how that should go, and I don't know if DOJ would give me an answer, but this is going forward, and that's a question I'll be continue asking. Clarification. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, thank you for that. And then also, back to you, Delegate Amber Claudia. Has your question been answered by the Controller's Office?
Chairman Henio, I'm still waiting for that. Thank you. I don't see it on the legislation either. Thank you.
Our Controller,
Controllers, Ms. Kirk, are you on the line? Controller, are you still on the line? I think they might have logged off early. It's 5 o'clock. Everybody leaves at 5:01. Controller.
Yeah, I kind of.
Chair, this is Controller. I believe Mr. Woolley here, Robert Woolley, was following the question, so I'll give him a chance to answer or explain.
Good afternoon, Chair. From my understanding of the question is that the projects for Shiprock were a certain dollar amount, and the president at that time, President Begay, line item vetoed a portion of that, which bringing it down to I don't know the exact figure, but he brought it down. When we actually did the numbers, we utilized his line item vetoes. So everything that was struck out was not included in the encompassing of the resolution and encompassing of the balance in which we report, because it was line item vetoed. We were along the same thoughts as of Mr. Rodas also, that it was gone after that. And I'm not sure if Office of Management and Budget is on the line also too, because they helped put together some of these schedules as far as the projects go. And I know that your Chief of Staff, Sherilyn Yazzie, was also putting these together at that time. And I believe Dana was the drafter of this CAP 35-18 at that time when she was assisting legislative branch. So I hope that helps in the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that answer. Back to you, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. I'm not seeing this as like a reversion or funding that was part of this resolution. And so if I could request, I'm just trying to think in terms of CIHUS, I know that the requirements are a bit different, but if the Office of the Controller can provide the committee what is the current available funds for CIHUS, and then if we could get that, I would like to add it to the legislation. We should be clear, because I also don't think that there's money sitting in the pot to be reallocated. I think it's all, now we're basically approving a CIHUS project. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that request, Delegate Amber Crotty. Back to Controller, are you able to provide that report to the committee?
Thank you, Chair. This is Robert Willie. We can provide the unallocated balance and the unallocated, or the balance of the CAP 35-18 project. It doesn't include 21 million, which still hasn't been set up within the system. So those actual projects, I'm not sure exactly which ones those are, but we can provide the last balance, which is as of September 30th, and I can forward that on to the committee here in a little bit, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Willie. With that, committee members, do we have any other further questions or comments?
Chair, I have a question. This is Peggy.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Just so that the committee knows, myself and Dana and Sherilyn Yazzie and Speaker, we work together on the citizen projects, and also with former Speaker Lorenzo Bates. on this issue. The question I have to you, Rob, is this money that's unallocated for Shiprock, that's minus 4.1 million. Where does that money sit right now at this point? Is it still within the cap 3518 allocation that hasn't been spent? That's the question that I have.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think that falls in line with what Vice Chair Smith has been trying to point out at this time to Department of Justice and to our Chief Legislative Counsel. But back to Mr. Willie, if you can answer that question for us.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie. Since that portion was line item vetoed, whatever was line item vetoed went into the unallocated balance of the total CIHASIN fund. So that 441,900,565 balance that Controller Kirk gave earlier, it's a part of that now. So it would have to be reallocated to those new projects. Mr. Chair.
Okay, back to the committee. Any further questions, discussion?
The other thing is, Mr. Chair, this is Peggy again. So would the Controller's Office say that this legislation is in order then? Because I know that in the past, we have done these allocations from unallocated funds that were line item vetoed.
Okay, with that, committee members, any other questions or comments?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Go ahead, Delegate Yellowhair.
That this is as long as the money's still there, I think it should be reallocated back to Shiprock request. I don't see any problems. If the money is still there, I support it. Thank you very much for my short answer. I support of this legislation. Thank you very much. And meanwhile, also, if I'm not out of order, I'd like to request back to 2602 legislation back on the agenda. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, our Chair and Vice Chair, and my colleague, Chair.
Okay, Sheena,
this is Delegate Carter.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'm trying to, this is not a reallocation. The funding was line item vetoed. But what I'm looking at is the requirements to request for CIHASIN dollars. And so it does need an expenditure plan. And I'm trying to find that document. A lot of this is just referencing the original resolution. So I guess my question is there expenditure plan for this new CIHASIN request? And if I think I did ask Office of the Controller, I didn't hear Mr. Willie, how much is available in the CIHASIN fund? Because I think that also needs to be documented. And I'm trying to remember offhand what else is required for a CIHASIN request. This is not a reallocation. This is a whole new request, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you for that question. Delegate Crotty. So back to our controller, Mr. Willie. You can help us out with response.
Mr. Chair, Robert Willie here again. The unaudited balance in reference to Delegate Crotty's question, as of September 30th, the unaudited fund balance is $441,900,565. And I'm trying to pull together the financials real quick so I can shoot those on over to Budget and Finance here. And if I miss any questions, please let me know. If you have any other questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that response. Back to Delegate Amber Crotty. Does that help you with your question and inquiry?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that's the beginning. My concern, and so I'll ask Legislative Council, so this is requesting to amend CAP-3518.
Back to Dana or
yeah.
This is Dana. Yes, it is amending CAP 3518 to add shiprock projects to replace the ones that were vetoed, line item vetoed. It will then move Shiprock District up to having the same dollar amount of projects as all the other districts. If you will note, it goes to, from BNF, it goes to NABI, and then it goes on to council. And then it will go across the street. The current president will have the opportunity to line item veto those projects. There were two choices as to how to draft this legislation. One was to do a whole new CSN legislation complete with expenditure plans. I think that is what Delegate Smith and Delegate Crotty are believing is the appropriate process. It could have been done that way. The other way was the way I chose to draft this legislation. The reason I chose to draft it that way is so that it fell under all the other requirements of CAP 3518. And if you will recall, CAP 3518, they did not include individual expenditure plans for each project, but they did require that each project be certified that it was construction ready, which is the point of CAP's signature on the forms. Thank you, Chair. I think that's helpful. And if DOJ gets back on the line, it seemed to me that Mel did not realize that this legislation is going to council. Thank you, Chair, Delegate Crotty. I hope that was helpful. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Dallas Budget Finance Committee members, any further questions?
Honorable Delegate Crotty.
I'll defer to Vice Chair Smith first, and then Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Henio. This legislation and the way that Chief Legislative Counsel had stated, I think the point of resurrection finite legislative council can look at this and start get go and go expenditure plan and go through the citizen to get this project underway, rather than trying to resurrect something that was line I veto. And I've seen that happen with the 23rd Council. And thank you. Okay, with that, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Depending on the committee, my amendment, I wanted to add the Office of the Controller report on what's available with the CEJASIN. I think they're developing that now. So I don't know if the committee wants to wait to see those numbers, but I would like to offer an amendment to include that to the legislation. What is the available amount of, what's the current available amount as of September 30th? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, so you want the committee to wait for the controller, Mr. Willie. How long would it take for you to get that report to Peggy so she could disseminate that to the committee?
Mr. Chair, Robert Willie, I'm putting together, I've got the financial statements ready, which shows the balance of the unallocated. Usually there's a memo that goes with it. I can just send the financials. I'm working on the projects one right now, so that'll probably be a few minutes, maybe about 5. The other thing that I wanted to point out was in the BIM, if there's a reallocation, a budget reallocation, says reallocation of funds between business units, which requires committee oversight approval. So I'm not sure if there's business units involved in this or if they're just trying to do a whole new appropriation. I didn't get a chance to read the whole legislation, but from what the conversation that I heard earlier, I was assuming that they were pulling the money from the line item veto, and I think that is the understanding that I've got, and it sounds like that's the direction that this legislation is going. But I will have those financials here in a little bit, and I'll send it to Peggy. Thank you.
Hello, Yate. Chair Celeste, can you put me on queue, please? Thank you very much.
Hold on. Let me get back to Delegate Amber Crotty. So with that, Delegate Crotty, would you hold on to your motion until we get the financials from the controller's office, and then Peggy can disseminate that so all the committee members can have that report.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And then my question would be to Dana. With these, this legislation is, I know it's amending the cap, but where are these documents in the exhibit? I just see exhibit 2 and 3. Can you just have me understand where they're going to be amended in the original 35-18? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, before I defer to Ms. Dana Barba, Delegate Yellowhair, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, Chair, to the Chair, to Vice Chair, so my colleagues of Budget Finance Committee, so Shumayaja, Honorable Chair Newton, for those legislation sponsors any out on the Perlin Crypto, so Mr. Robert Willie. I'd like to request for the table at this legislations because there's some thought is missing, and there's a need to be all information spat together, and then everything not off table distribution not on oven even not so start and everything not so start here crossing and that even not table state on the request for table this legislation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Appreciation of that, Delegate Yellowhair. I recognize your tabling motion. For how long? How long are you going to table?
1 month of the big, we bring everything back together for this legislation. And then basically, it also depends on my just got 30 days of the big so I do respect this legislation, and 1 month big and Chair Newton. Thank you. Chair, to the chair. Can you?
There's a motion to table from Delegate Yellow Hair for 30 days. Is there a second to this motion? Is there a second to table the motion? Vice Chair Smith, second. Okay, there's a motion to table, second by Delegate Yellow Hair, and second by Vice Chair Smith. Committee members go straight to a vote on the tabling motion. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chair Smith. Green. Okay, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Crotty will vote red. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Amber Crotty votes red. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Green.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Chair, while this legislation go forward, even though it's on the table? That's my question.
Normally it does, if there's a nabikia within the 30 days.
Vote green then.
Okay, there's that green vote. There's 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting. This matter is hereby tabled. Legislation. So with that, we'll move forward to the next legislation.
Chair,
Peggy?
Chair, if I'm in order, Chair, brother, Mr. Henio, I'd like to recall a legislation 262. At the time my line got cut off, I'd like to make the second motions to that one, 262, if I'm in order. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Delegate Jimmy O'Hare votes motion to suspend the floor rules to recall 262-20 back to the agenda. Committee members, is there a second?
Delegate Elmer Pibigay votes second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to suspend the floor rules to bring legislation 26220 back to the table. Motion by Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, committee members, Delegate Yellowhair. Is there any questions or comments, committee members, on suspending the floor rules?
As a question, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We're going to let the sponsor present, and then I'll ask my question. Thank you.
Kashina, on 262-20. Okay, with that,
I'm sorry, Chair. This is a request to. I'm sorry. I thought we were motioning to hear the legislation. This is a request. What's the action item that Delegate Yellowhair is requesting?
Legislation 262-20. There was no motion, and it sort of went away, but Delegate Yellowhair's motion to suspend the floor rules to bring it back on to the agenda to hear it again by the committee.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, that's Delegate Yellowhair. How do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you very much, Chair. Vice Chair too.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Crotty will vote green. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Crotty votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Green.
Peggy votes green. Senator Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Considering that, we then have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, suspending the floor rules to bring back 262-20. With that vote, though, Chairman Rick Nez, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, sir. Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Kushina, with that motion and that action by the committee, Peggy, would you read 262-20 into the record for us?
Chair, I've read into the record, and I did email you the speaker's memo and regarding the legislation 0262-20. It's an action relating to budget and finance, health, education, and human services, resources and development, Navajo committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, supporting and approving the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise reopening plan, supporting and approving reopening full operations of gaming enterprise facilities at a minimum 50% capacity, permitting. Can somebody mute your phone, please? Permitting Navajo Blue Travel Plaza to operate at full capacity, sponsored by Rick Nez, Seth Damon, Jamie Henio, and Jimmy Yellowhair, council delegates. And if you look at the document that I forwarded to you on page 70 of 74 is the Resources and Development Committee report, and it has a do pass with one amendment. So on page 7 of 7, line 1, insert a new paragraph D. D would read, notwithstanding applicable public health and executive orders, a person who is an employee or patron of the Navajo Nation or the NNGE shall be authorized to travel to and from an NNGE business without incurring penalties or fines. An employee or patron of the NNGE shall carry on their person documentation evidencing their status as an employee or a patron, and shall present such documentation upon request by Navajo Nation law enforcement. And so a new E says the Navajo Nation Council support and approval is contingent on NNGE's continuing compliance with the underscored is NNGE reopening plan. And so that is the Resources and Development Committee's committee report. And then thereafter, you have a copy of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee report, and it has a do pass with no amendments and no directives. That concludes the reading.
Thank you for that reading, Peggy. With that, committee members, there a motion?
Motion.
Yellowhair. I'll take second Yellowhair. Thank you.
Motion by Senator Delegate Elmer P. Begay, and then second by Senator Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, I believe there's a question regarding this legislation. So, Senator, Chairman Rick Nez, if you would introduce your legislation to the committee.
Chairman Neo, Honorable Finance Committee, and Legislation 0262-20 is regards to Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprises reopening plans for all 4 casinos. We would like your support in approving the reopening of the full operation of the gaming enterprises facilities at 50% minimum capacity. Well, Brian. is right. Make a brief statement over to Parish after, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman. Itself has been closed 15 weeks, and they're planning on reopening by November 17th. If they don't reopen, they're going to be faced with permanent closure, decommissioning status. They employ 1,180 people, and 82% of that number are Navajo employees. And we all understand that this pandemic has caused a lot of pain for families who support their families. It's the same with our employees who work at the casinos. And we recently attended the grand opening of the Navajo Blue Travel Center. It is a very nice state-of-the-art place for truckers and everybody else to stop, gas up, and snack up, and whatever needs to be done. That needs to stay open at full capacity. Recently, a few weeks ago, we went out to Phoenix, Arizona, to Scottsdale, and visited and toured Talking Stick Casino, as well as at Fountain Hills, Fort McDowell casinos. And I was really impressed with what I've seen as far as safety is concerned for patrons. One of the questions that I asked that I was there was, has anyone ever COVID-19 at these casinos? And the answer was no. And open back up at full capacity is also back in June. They have plexiglass between machines, or they'll have a machine that is working and then the next machine will be turned off. So the emphasis for them as they operate the casino, protecting people, is safety, 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 safety. And I believe we can do the same thing, and that's why Navajo Gaming has a plan in place for reopening, some stringent rules to also help people not contract the virus. So what we've seen in our tour with a few delegates was that perhaps Navajo, it is time for Navajo to open their casinos at minimum 50% capacity. Or else I wouldn't have legislation before you. I know some numbers are going up. People are very concerned about it, but this has become the new norm. We all are aware. We love our families, our relatives, our elderly, and we want them to go with this virus. But we've learned something. We've learned how to take better care of ourselves. We've learned how to take care of our families and be safe by staying home. Wear our mask and staying 6 feet apart, and always washing our hands. I think that way. We invested a whole lot of money in this. If reopen, it's gonna need about $30 to $35 million. So, with that, Mr. I don't know how much I have to give to Mr. Parrish. Chairman Henry.
Go ahead. Thank you, Chairman and Mayor. Mr. Parrish, if you would give us some more information.
Yeah, Chairman Henyo. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chairman Nez, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate being able to address your committee today. The leading point that Chairman Nez made about safety being priority one, that absolutely continues to be our greatest concern with the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. Our board and our enterprise has maintained the closure of the enterprise, all of our casino facilities since March 17th of 2020. We've been closed for 7.5 months now, so it's been a long road, as we all know. The board continued to maintain our team members on administrative leave with pay so we could protect employment. We know that's one of our most important missions with this enterprise, and that continued to be a focus of our board. July 28th rolled around. We had exhausted all of our available cash reserves. That included having to come before Budget and Finance Committee to request access to restricted cash reserves that were set up for the Gaming Distribution Fund payment and also the construction of the permanent Fire Rock facility. We were granted authorization to go ahead and access those funds to keep us closed. Unfortunately, we still had to place our team members on a temporary layoff as of July 28th, and 90% of our staff were on that layoff for a 2-month period. We were very blessed to receive the $24.6 million in CARES Act funding. That made a tremendous difference for us. First of all, it enabled the board to go ahead and put our team members back on admin leave with pay. This is critical for us for several reasons. Number one, it's the right thing to do.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Because those team members are essential for us being able to...
Ryan,
Yes, sir.
We got a message from our gatekeeper that we've reached our maximum duration on this call. So we would have to log off and then call back in. So let's do that. Take a couple of minutes. Committee members and everybody on the line to let's log off and then call back in, and we'll do roll call after that for the Budget and Finance Committee.
Yes, sir.
Ten, 9,
the key takeaway here is that the CARES Act funding was critical. It was bridge funding to create relief and preserve those jobs. But in order for us to really start our recovery, we need to be able to reopen. We need to start generating revenue. And if we're not open, we can't generate revenue, which is fundamentally how we actually grow and create economic output. As we talked about earlier with the safety side, we put together an outstanding reopening safety plan. We've done this in conjunction with the Navajo Nation. We've done this in conjunction with the Gaming Regulatory Office and also the Health Command Operations Center team with the help of Dr. Jill Jim and Dr. Moses. Matter of fact, we had another very productive call with Dr. Moses today and was able to make some updates and changes to our contact tracing plan. And we filled that gap, and Dr. Moses was very pleased with how the plan has come together. So I'm not speaking for her, but we anticipate receiving some favorable information about the readiness of our enterprise and our plans. We've engaged the services of AB Healthcare, which is an independent medical services company. They are leading the way for us on everything that we're doing with protecting our team, their families, the Navajo people, and also our patrons. We'll be testing our team members when they come in with temperature, but we'll also be going through a battery of screening questions. And so if there's any possibility that any of our team members have been in contact with the virus, they get asked to step aside and they go ahead and they go through another COVID test. They're then asked to go ahead and quarantine until we get the results of the test back. And if it comes up positive where they have contracted the virus, then they will be placed on administrative leave with pay again, which enables them to stay home and stay safe for a 14-day period. They require a doctor's note in order to return to work. We have round-the-clock sanitation teams working. We're calling it our Navajo Cares team, where we're going around cleaning all public and team member back-of-house areas to make sure that we are very, very sanitary and that everything is properly kept clean. The contact tracing updates that we made also include other departments and entities outside Navajo as well as on the Navajo Nation. So we're being very productive and proactive in making sure that if we do have any cases, that we report them widely to everybody so we can help protect everyone. The protocols that we have in place are exhaustive. We're actually going beyond what the Phoenix and other jurisdiction casinos are doing. We've got very, very comprehensive plans. We would be pleased to electronically send to any of the members of the Budget and Finance Committee so you can see those for yourself and make your own determination. But this past weekend, on Saturday, we hosted a meeting with the Gaming Task Force Subcommittee of the Nabakia Committee, and we toured the facility and were able to demonstrate that we have very comprehensive controls in place and all ready to go. The other thing I want to share is that we put together an 11-page checklist, which includes all of the priority controls that we must have in place to protect against the spread of the virus that come from the Navajo Nation Department of Health, CDC, World Health Organization, Arizona and New Mexico Departments of Health, OSHA, NIGC, and we've also included the provisions in the Opening Up America plan, which was published by the White House. We're continuing to learn not just to live with this virus, but to learn how to live through it, to be able to safely go on with our lives, but making sure, as Chairman Nez stated, that we're extremely diligent in enforcing everything that we're doing. You may have seen in the news in the last 3 or 4 days, there's a competitor property with a pueblo in New Mexico that had a big outbreak and they had to shut down their property for 2 weeks. We have a member of our team that used to work for that pueblo he has friends and former colleagues over there. We asked him to call and find out, hey, what happened? What can we learn from that incident? What he shared with us was that they had relaxed their sanitation protocols. They weren't requiring patrons and team members to wear their masks on a consistent basis. They started getting complaints about it. They went ahead and elected to jump in and test everybody, and boom, they found out they had 20 positive cases. So we know that the key to success is not only having a really good plan, but it's also making sure that we are extremely diligent in following through and requiring compliance. We have 3 hours of classroom training that every team member must attend, and it's specifically about our COVID containment measures. Once they go through that, then they would be cleared as well as being tested to return to work. This includes our security department working hand in hand with surveillance and the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office to monitor people on the floor. If folks are not following our protocols, our security and our casino floor operations team will approach them and ask very nicely that, hey, we need you to go ahead and comply with these standards. If the guest refuses, we're prepared to go ahead and say, sir or ma'am, thank you so much for visiting our properties, but until you can comply with these safety protocols, we need to ask you to leave the facility. So we're prepared to make those decisions and do what we have to do to protect everyone that visits the facilities. We want to mention finally that 65% of our revenues come from outside the Navajo Nation. We're continuing to grow this number. We expect that there'll be several patrons from off Navajo coming to visit our facilities. We will be extremely diligent with every single patron that comes through, making sure that they understand this is what's expected. So the road to recovery starts with a comprehensive safety plan, an emotional commitment to maintaining the safety of everyone, and then all of us being extremely diligent in enforcing our plan. We're prepared to do that because we know that's what's required to protect each other, protect the Navajo people, which is why we are all here, and to make sure that we can take this business out of being in a relief situation and move forward finally with steps toward recovery. Because again, if we can't get open, we can't recover. We'll have to continue to request relief, or we will be faced with a shutdown. Chairman Henyo and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to offer those remarks. Ahyehe.
Yes, sir.
That's committee members. There is a motion second. Questions, I believe, Delegate Amber Crotty had a question for the presenter.
I'll defer to Nabi. Thank you, Chair.
Christina, any other questions, committee members?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith, got a question.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, committee members, BNF, and also Ms. Parrish. I should say Chairman Nez on the legislature. It comes about what we're doing and what the people think. They stay home. Chair Nez said that he the valley and look down there. Entrance are our people, and
wide variety of people attend those casinos. So my concern is if we do allow this to happen, and yet the president's still saying lockdown, curfew, how's that work hand in hand? And I know that we were trying to pass legislation here regarding failure to abide by any emergency orders. Now, if that passed, how are we going to have your patrons, when they're stopped, are they going to pull out their players' card? I was at a casino, therefore don't put any enforcement against me. That's the concern. I'm sure you have a well thought out procedure and in behalf of opening up. I'm sure you're not and open EDRI and all that. Like I heard earlier saying that patrons that are not listening or not paying attention, they'll be asked, well, if we'd like you to remove yourself from the premises, and is going to be there. Another question too is going to be hand sanitizers or masks for the people. How long are they allowed to stay there? Because you have folks that will stay there all hours. And when you go shopping, it's usually recommended just go in, get your stuff, and get out. And they discourage families going together out there and shopping. So these are the concerns that I know that the chapters will be asking, and I'd like to have that brought forth. Thank you, Shananda.
Okay, so question from Mr. Smith. Back to you, Shananda. Chairman Nez and your presenter.
Thank you for that question, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and thank you, Chairman Henyo. Let me refer the question over to Mr. Parrish.
Chairman Henry, sir, may I go ahead?
Go ahead, answer the question.
Chairman Henry, thank you, sir. Vice Chairman Smith, sir, thank you so much. The curfews and the shutdowns and things are a critical issue for us. We went ahead and we did some financial analysis to understand what are the maximum restrictions that we can have in place and still be able to break even, which means we're not spending cash that we don't have, or we're not spending cash that we can't cover with incoming revenues. What we found through this analysis is that 50% of the revenue we generate on a daily basis is coming from that evening shift. The day shift and the overnight shift, those make up, the balance, but those monies are split significantly less. So being able to open on that evening shift is very, very important. If you look at the revenues for the week, not just the day, 50% of our revenues are generated from Friday early afternoon until Sunday night. And so the curfews and the shutdowns strike right at those periods of time when people are off of work and generally have the opportunity to come and visit. What we are requesting is the ability to open at a 50% capacity, which means that we would take half of our slot machines, half of our table game seats, and half of our restaurant food seats out of service. We actually remove those seats from the premises so nobody can sit down. That way it ensures that we have proper social distancing. We have plexiglass and all kinds of other countermeasures and things in place to further and strengthen the barriers between the people that are in spending time in the facility. We will not have our buffet open. We will not have self-serve drink fountains and other things like that available. We have limitations on how many people can be in a restroom or around in different areas of the facility. We will be issuing personal protective equipment to every single patron that comes through the door. The patrons will also have to be temperature tested. If we need to, we're also prepared to do the other screening with them, where we ask the patrons to step to a separate station and we asked the gentleman or lady a series of the same questions that we would ask of our team members. And if they had any potential exposure, we would not allow admittance of those patrons to the facility. Another measure that we're deploying to make sure that we're very safe is that we want to make sure that, especially for our Navajo elders, that we have special hours set aside 4 days a week where only the elders can come and visit our properties. So they would not have any exposure to any non-Navajos or any Navajo that are below that senior age level. We're starting that at 50 years old, so that we allow proper protection and separation for those folks. The other thing that we're concerned about is that if the folks that come in at the facility, we have to abide by curfews and shutdowns. Not only make it impossible for us to break even, but it makes it impossible for us to preserve those jobs. Very concerned, focused on time. With our travel plaza, beautiful new facility with reviews with it, but it's closed during all these hours when patrons are pulling in. They see the signs up that we're closed. They don't necessarily understand the full extent of the pandemic and how it's impacted the Navajo Nation. And so we're driving away a lot of business and leaving a bad taste in patrons' mouths where they're not able to come in and spend money and help us preserve those jobs. So what we were hoping to be able to do is find a way that our team members carrying a letter that shows that they're essential, and also issuing a special time and date stamped validation slip to our patrons, that they would be able to stay beyond the curfew hours during the week and the weekend. We would still shut down on that overnight shift so we could do our deep cleaning and sanitization, but that would mean that they could not be cited for criminal nuisance violations associated with coming to the property. We understand what that means and that there are other bigger questions associated with that, but that enables us to abide by the social distancing, restrict the number of people that are in the facility, enable the enterprise to generate at least cash flow neutral or cash flow positive results, preserving jobs, and enable the enterprise to start its recovery. Vice Chair, I hope that answers all of your questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Brian. Committee members, we need to go to the vote. We do have 2 staff members that are in the building that they should have been out at 5 o'clock, and the buildings are being fumigated and deep cleaned. So let's see if we can be. This goes to Nabi Kiyetki. So any questions? Delegate Amber Cardi stated that she'll ask at Nabi. If we can, committee members, if we can go straight to a vote and let our staff move home, we appreciate it. So committee members, are we ready to vote?
Yes, yellow hair. Ready.
Shnanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote? Shnanta, Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote? Peggy, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chairman Henio.
I can hear you just barely. For a while there, I
Okay.
couldn't hear anything for like about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yellow hair back on the line.
Shnanta, Delegate Yellow Hair, how do you vote? You vote green?
I'll vote green, yes.
Delegate Yellow Hair votes green. Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote? Shnanta, Delegate Amber Crowdy, how do you vote? Shenandoah Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Christina Ado, Shenandoah Delegate Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Ado, back up. Shenandoah Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Chair, I'm back online. I vote red.
Green?
I vote green. This is Delegate Begay.
Okay. Okay, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay votes green. Shenandoah Delegate Amber Crotty?
Red.
Oh, red, okay. Vice Chair Smith votes red for the record. Shenandoah Delegate Amber Crotty? Okay, we do have a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting. 262-20 moves on to Navajo Committee. And thank you, Chairman Nez, for presenting this legislation to the committee.
Thank you.
Okay.
Christina, I'll see you at Navajo. Peggy, do we have any other legislation?
We just had 3. The final vote, Amber didn't vote, right? So
No,
then
she did not
Jimmy Yellowhair, Elmer, and who's this? Oh, Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, green votes.
And then the nay was Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith votes red.
Yeah, so that's just 4 members. Okay, right, we got that then.
Okay.
The committee reports will be ready in the morning, and we'll process those through our internal review, and then it'll go to legislative section, and then they'll go to NABI from there.
Okay,
I'll
be in Window Rock tomorrow morning. Just send me a text. Let me know when they're ready. That way I'll know. So with that, Peggy, do we have any more legislation, or is this it?
That's it. That's all I have for the committee. We have other legislations that are changes to Cap 3518, but those are going to go until the 10th of November. I figured that these 3 were critical, that they had to go to NABI, to the council.
Okay, Shane, thank you for that. So we're at the tail end of our agenda. We are complete with new business. Is there a motion to adjourn, committee members?
Motion to adjourn. This is Delegate Brown.
Motion by Delegate Daniel Brown to adjourn. Second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. Committee members, Shenandoah Delegate Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. I want to say thank you, my brother, Chair Rick Nance. Thank you very much for helping us to bring this legislation before being a committee. Thanks a million. My colleagues, Chad.
Thank you that. Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Amber Crowdy, how do you vote? Motion to adjourn. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and with that, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Okay, there's 4 in favor. One more back up to Delegate Amber Crowdy. With that, the 4 in favor, 0 opposed, so not voting. It is 6:18 p.m. and we are hereby adjourned. Committee members, thank you for the good afternoon and the productive meeting.
Good afternoon.
So this
good trip, buddy.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, Biga, hey.
Thank you,
Peggy. Senor Yellowhair. Yes, Shma.
Jimmy Yellowhair needs his location, and Elmer Begay as well, please.
Okay, Jimmy Yellowhair and Delegate Elmer P. Begay.